Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for November the 10th, 2020. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 41. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01. Looking for someone to adopt the agenda. Councillor Lang. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Adoption of the minutes on 3.1, the regular council meeting minutes from October 27th, 2020. Councillor Swanson. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. 3.2, council organizational meeting from October 27th, 2020. Councillor Lang.
Question. I see the Ag Board appointment says Councillor Lougheed and Hoven, and the Pest and Weed Control also includes Hoven. I'm wondering if that is supposed to be Councillor Duncan.
For Ag Service Board.
For the Pest and Weed.
No.
Oh, you're on Ag
Ag
Service?
Service Board, I believe, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I was on. No.
Okay.
No, the minutes reflected that Councillors Hoven and Lougheed were Ag Service Board. It should be Councillors Lougheed and Duncan there.
So we've got an amendment that we need to make.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make the motion for the amendment for the Ag Service Board, for the representatives to be Councillor Lougheed and Councillor Duncan.
Does everybody understand that motion? Calling the question, those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. So are there any other amendments to the organizational meeting minutes? I did note myself that there isn't an alternate for the airport committee listed. However, we've always had one. And if I recall my recollection, that was Councillor Lang that provided, offered to do that service for us. Could I'm happy to make that motion for an amendment with regard to including Councillor Lang as the alternate to the airport committee. Does everybody understand the amendment? Asking the question, those in favor? Oh, sorry.
So at the meeting, these are for the minutes. So did we appoint Councillor Lang as the alternate during the meeting? Because if we didn't, it shouldn't show it in the minutes. We should just have another agenda item and appoint her as an alternate. Right? Because the meetings reflect what happened at the meeting.
Yes.
So did it happen at the meeting is my question.
My recollection is it did, but go ahead, Councillor Lang.
Actually, no, it did not happen at the meeting, and I did do some questioning about that, and I've been told that it will have to be brought forward at a future council meeting. There is some confusion as to whether an alternate is supposed to be on that board or not, and I've had two different opinions. So I guess we'll let administration do some checking into that, and if there is, I'll make the motion for that appointment to come back at a future council meeting.
Okay, to clean this up, I will rescind my motion with regard to simply adding that, and we have a different amendment motion from Councillor Lang. Not amendment motion, but motion for information to come back. All right. Those in favor? All right, back to the
Yes, but for
organizational
a second I could hear you.
minutes as amended.
I think you've got
Looking for somebody to make that.
going in and out.
Mayor? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. All right, we have a delegation presentation. First, we need to consider that council will authorize the STARS Foundation's delegate, Glenda Farden, participation in council's November 10, 2020 regular meeting via electronic communications. Councillor Duncan, you're making that motion. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
We can see you now, Tracy.
So, welcome, Glenda Farden.
Thank you.
Oh, we need a short recess, sorry. We've got technical difficulties.
Okay.
We're waiting for the signal.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're good to go? All right, welcome back. Thanks, folks, for your patience with a few technical difficulties. We're happy to recognize a delegate from our STARS Foundation, Glenda Farden. Welcome to our council electronically. We're going to start with a round of introductions. We're going to start over with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Councillor for Division 1.
Good morning, Darrell Alheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Good morning, Councillor for Division 2, that is me, Cami.
Good morning, Glenda. Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5.
Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
All right. Glenda, thank you for your patience. We look forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to see you. I wish that I could be there in person so that we could reconnect again. But in the new year, we will look forward to that. So I'm pleased to still bring you your annual update, and I want to thank you very much on behalf of STARS for continuing to be a life-saving partner. So we'll begin. These are the hands that save lives. Okay, are you able to see the presentation?
Yes. Yes, we are.
There. Okay, great. These are the hands that save lives. You are our reason for being. Next, please. COVID-19 pandemic has changed all our lives. 2020 has been like no other. STARS is a physician-driven organization, and our #1 priority is to protect and maintain unimpacted operations. Rigorous PPE measures and meticulous decontamination procedures were developed, along with buddy system oversight as a safeguard. STARS transport physicians and air medical crew are regarded as experts in the field of critical care, and the reasons why STARS was asked to participate in an international consortium to share learnings of COVID. We developed an online portal for healthcare professionals so they could access enhanced airway management and resuscitation protocols. And STARS transport physicians continue to advise rural medical personnel for oxygenation and ventilation procedures. These are stressful times, and STARS continues to see a rise in stress-related type missions like heart attack, stroke, drug overdose, as well as COVID-related missions. Approximately 12% of STARS missions are suspected or confirmed COVID cases. Aside from operational staff, the majority of STARS staff continue to work from home. STARS will maintain a slow, deliberate, calculated approach to any reintegration strategy to continue serving the needs of Albertans. Next, please. STARS continues to be fueled by generosity. During these most challenging times, we recognize that our municipalities are facing countless hardships and financial strife, which is magnified by the fact that there are many who rely on you, including STARS. We are deeply concerned. STARS is experiencing a significant decrease in funding in many areas, including government. The 10-year affiliation agreement with AHS that provided 20% government funding has expired. In 2019, STARS received $9.2 million in government support. Taking into consideration the recent AHS HEMS review, they did extend the agreement with STARS until September of 2021, with a projected total of $7.3 million funding for this year. STARS fundraising initiatives have all seen a decline. The 2020 STARS lottery did not sell out, and that reflects a lost revenue of $1.2 million. The calendar campaign is down by more than half from last year. Site registration revenue is considerably less, but not surprisingly, with the magnitude of uncertainty that the energy sector is facing. With COVID-19 still looming around us, most of STAR's fundraising events have all been halted for the unforeseeable future, and this means several $1 million in lost revenue. On the expenditure side, we see an increase in aviation due to increasing missions and the fact that we must still move forward with pilot training for the new helicopters. Administration costs were decreased by 3%, but like many others, we too have suffered the heartache of having to downsize staff across all 6 bases. During this time of unparalleled distress and uncertainty, we must rely on our community partners like you now more than ever. The one area that has remained staunch and unwavering is the support that STARS receives from Alberta's municipalities. You continue to be a lifeline for STARS. We are truly grateful. Next, please. Let's have a look at the overview of missions to the end of October. You can see that 2020 reflects an increase in missions within Clearwater County, and we are seeing the same across the province. These include critical interfacility transfers from the rural hospitals and circumstances where a patient at a scene call requires emergency transport to tertiary care. On occasion, STARS may also be requested to assist RCMP with search and rescue, as many times these types of missions typically involve the need for emergency medical intervention as well. Aside from the May long weekend, the majority of STARS missions occur between the months of September to March, so we are now in a busier season. Next, please. The BK-117 Legacy Fleet has served STARS well for 35 years and saved countless lives. Unfortunately, the BK-117 has been phased out of production. There is still a market for these helicopters, but not in the fast-paced, demanding life of critical care. Careful analysis and risk assessment identified that fleet replacement was inevitable. This alone is going to help increase safety by going to a unified fleet, or in other words, only one type of helicopter across all 6 bases, and will significantly reduce costs. A total of 9 H145s will complete the fleet that will serve Western Canada. You can see similarities in what appears to be minimal differences between the BK-117 parked on the tarmac and the new H145s in the air. They both have twin engines for safety and wide clamshell doors at the back. And that's about it for similarities. The H145 is celebrated for breakthrough technology and safety features. Advanced avionics will reduce pilot workload, and autopilot will decrease crew fatigue, especially in complex flight situations, as well as back-to-back missions. The unique Fenestron tail rotor is ideal for 360-degree maneuverability, especially in tight landing areas. It has increased fuel efficiency, which will complement an increase in speed over the current BK-117, and which will also offer a greater range of up to 30 minutes additional flight time, which is quite significant. Next, please. To date, we have received 3 of the H145s that are operational in Calgary and Saskatoon, and the third one provides backup and training flights for the other bases. We anticipate the delivery of number 4 and 5 by the end of December. Airbus recently announced a new 5-bladed system, which will have increased lift and load capacity. So number 6 and 7 are going to be the new 5-bladed system and slated to arrive, it says March, but now with COVID, we are down to it. We are anticipating that it will arrive by fall. The order's been placed for the 2 remaining helicopters as well. We look forward to the completion of the fleet and hoping to reach the end of the capital campaign by end of 2022. To ensure there's no risk to operations, we'll approach the completion of the fleet and then a possible sale proceeds from the previous fleet will help to cover residual or unforeseen costs. Next, please. An investment for the future comes with the price. The H145 helicopters cost $13 million each. Plus, there are associated costs for intensive pilot and mechanic training, the pool pilots that are required to cover the base pilots while they're away for training, and specialized tools and ground control equipment. Provincial and federal governments embrace the vision of the fleet of H145s to serve Western Canada, and they provided funding for 7 of the 9 helicopters required. Then, in the midst of the campaign, COVID-19 hit. Although the uncertainty continues, we must not lose sight of the vision. The future of Albertans depend on it. Currently, an additional $14 million has been raised from individuals, corporate, and a few municipalities who have also pledged fleet gifts in addition to their annual operational support. So the fleet campaign continues with roughly $30 million to raise. Depending on market value next year and the rate of the US dollar, fleet sales could possibly cover approximately half of this, which would leave an anticipated $15 million to raise. Next, please. Here is a look of the future. These advancements in technology will pave the way for STARS to continue serving Albertans for generations to come. Next, please. We strive to stay on the leading edge of technology, and ultrasound is one of the most important diagnostic tools. Previously, we had ultrasound, but it was a bulky device not easily transported. Portability has taken this valuable tool to new heights, and the handheld ultrasound is vital for trauma and heart patients. It assists in the diagnosis of collapsed lungs, internal hemorrhaging, heart abnormalities, and possible heart failure. With early detection, ultrasound can avoid fatal outcomes. Next, please. You are our reason for being. Our request is for your continued support. Thank you for helping to ensure that Albertans have access to the highest level of emergency critical care. Thank you for making a difference in many lives. We must continue just our life-saving partnership that we have built together. The most important time is now. What we as Albertans do or fail to do right now will be amplified in the future, and the stakes are undeniably high. We thank you for your continued support of STARS. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Glenda. Do we have any questions or comments from council at all? All right, quiet group so far today, or did you have a question? Councillor Lang.
Glenda, I'm just wondering with the calls in 2020 in Clearwater County, there is an increase, 52 so far in 2020. Do you keep stats of the number of calls that are actually Clearwater County residents as compared to calls from those from throughout Alberta or, you know, Western Canada? I'm thinking a lot of your calls may be out in the West Country where there's a lot of tourism that comes in from many areas of the country.
I would say, no, we do not. Because of FOIP, we're not able to have, like, you know, addresses or that type of thing where we can identify that which ones are, you know, definitely Clearwater County residents. At the same time, I think it's important to remember that, you know, we all travel. So in your neighboring municipalities and your bordering municipalities, there will be Clearwater County residents where it occurred in a different municipality, as well as, you know, people travel to take kids to hockey or to go to, you know, when we were able to travel and go on holidays and things. So there's always that opportunity that there could be missions for Clearwater County residents throughout the province or even throughout Western Canada. You know, maybe someone has, we've had instances where VIPs or very important patients have come forward and maybe they went to Winnipeg to visit family and had a car accident and we flew them in Manitoba, but they are Albertans. So I think it's really important to remember that we're all in this together, and by continuing to support STARS, you're providing emergency critical care for your residents across Western Canada.
Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other comments or questions? As I said, a quiet group today, Glenda. We recognize that 2020 has been a difficult year for all of us. There's no doubt. But we do recognize also the valuable service that STARS does for all those who live in our community and visit our community and beyond our community. Because certainly, as you indicated, we are travelers and we like to visit other areas. It is clear that you've been busy in our area with over 20 other calls from 2019 to 2020. So it means that we are certainly seeing our share of those red helicopters in our area. And we recognize that while our funding is a STARS lifeline for our area, we also recognize that STARS is our lifeline. And so I see that as a synergy, and that we need to work together to continue to provide that quality of life for the people who visit our community and the folks who live here. So we have thank you for your presentation. It's always great to have you come and provide us with an update.
Thank you very much, and I much look forward to seeing you in person next year.
We do too.
Thank you. Thanks for your continued support.
So we have a proposed motion that council receives the Stars Foundation update as presented and considers Stars Foundation's annual request for funding during our 2021 budget deliberations. Councillor Lang, any questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. Agenda item 5.1.
Good morning. Reeve Laird, and I'm looking for Deputy Reeve Vandermeer and Council. So I'll introduce myself again. I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and Kate Reglan, Project Technologist, will be joining us shortly. We have brought before you an agenda item with the request via a ratepayer for the installation of a Caution Children Playing sign on Township Road 38-0A, otherwise known as Clearwater Drive, located off Range Road 6-4A, otherwise known as Angle Road. The road, i.e. Clearwater Drive, is a no-exit road which provides access to 9 residents and is approximately 550 meters in length. As per the informational signs policy, whenever an applicant puts forward a request of this nature, it requires the approval of council. In this case, as this sign, as far as we can tell, does not benefit the entire community, the cost of the sign, including installation, as per policy, is to be borne by the applicant. As such, the total cost ranges from $277.10 to $278.61, dependent upon the length of post used and the total time to install the sign, which is, in this case, based on 1 hour. Of course, it could be less, which is entirely dependent on installation time. Over the last 2 years, Clearwater County has installed 4 Caution Children Playing signs, all of which were paid for by Clearwater County due to the signs being of benefit to the entire community.
All right, do we have any questions? Councillor Lougheed?
I guess my question would be, this sign is strictly informational. It has nothing to do with regulation at all.
That is correct, yeah. It would not be considered a regulatory sign, but a cautionary sign. That's
Thank you.
correct.
Councillor Swanson?
For those ratepayers that do pay for these child crossing signs or signs that a ratepayer has paid for before, when they are replaced, if something happens to them, is it at the cost of the ratepayer again, or is it at the cost of the county? Should they be replaced? If, like, I'm thinking if they're stolen or the post gets hit, if there's a sign that has been paid by the ratepayer, like should this ratepayer pay, and something is damaged or it's stolen, would it be up to the ratepayer again to pay for that replacement, or would it be up to the county?
I think up to this point in time, as far as I can gather, and Kate can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is typically the county would bear that expense, I believe.
Councillor Lang?
Does the resident who requested the sign know that it would be based on our policy, them to pay for this sign? And if so, are they willing to?
Yes, it has been communicated to her by 3 different individuals that work here that it would be her costs. We haven't given her exact cost yet, though.
Are there any other questions with regard to the motion that we have proposed? Go ahead, Councillor Hoven.
Have we received complaints about people speeding down this road, or is this just a very proactive attempt to inform people that there are children playing? Does it make more sense to have our CPO sit out there once in a while and traffic any speeders? Do we have that information?
I don't have the information from the CPOs. Through my conversation with her, she has concerns with one person speeding on this road. And that's why she wants it at a lower speed limit. But like I said, I haven't talked to the CPOs particularly about this road. But we can relay it to them.
And because it's a dead-end road, it really is only traveled by the people who live in those 9 residences.
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Do we know how many children live on this road? I see the one letter, there are at least 6 grandchildren. Do we have any other? Is it only 6? Is it 20?
I've had no other calls about this road and children playing signs from other residents, so I'm not exactly sure if there's more that live there or not.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
All right. Back to the staff recommendation that council considers approving the installation of a caution children playing sign on Township Road 38-0A. Councillor Lang?
Make that motion with the addition that the cost is to be borne by the resident or residents if they want to share in the cost of this sign.
Does everybody understand the motion? Any questions? All right, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Agenda item 5.2.
Okay. Most recently, Council put forward a request to administration requesting information regarding an aggregate levy. As such, both Kate and I researched out what this would entail should Council wish to move forward with the implementation of an aggregate levy. Hence, in order for Council to implement an aggregate levy, it must, as per the Municipal Government Act, in particular the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Regulation, be in the form of a bylaw. If implemented, some of the key rules per se would be that a Community Aggregate Payment Levy bylaw must be uniform and applied throughout the municipality, subject to the maximum levy rate of no more than 40 cents per ton of sand and gravel shipped. Also, the aggregate payment levy is to be paid by the sand and gravel operator monthly or by quarterly payments in the year in which the quantity of sand and gravel hauled from the pit from which it was extracted. In addition, no levy may be imposed on the following classes of shipments of sand and gravel: a shipment from a pit owned or leased by the Crown, a shipment from a pit owned or leased by a municipality. No levy may be imposed on shipments of sand and gravel that are subject to another tax, levy, or payment that is established by and payable to a municipality. No levy may be imposed on shipments of sand and gravel that are required pursuant to a road haul agreement or development agreement for construction, repair, or maintenance of roads identified in an agreement that is necessary to provide access to the pit from which the sand and gravel is extracted. As a continuation to the research, we sought out the adjoining counties to determine who has an aggregate levy. As a result of this research, it was determined that the only adjoining county that did not have an aggregate levy beyond ourselves was Wetaskiwin. Currently, Clearwater County does have a road use permit, which you will find attached in your agenda package, along with the road weight control policy and the road use for industrial commercial truck hauls policy, both policies to which supplement Clearwater County's implementation of a road use permit. It should be noted that unlike the counties of Mountain View, Red Deer, and Wetaskiwin, who each require the applicant of a road use permit to provide a letter of credit or security, this is not required by Clearwater County. However, as per the road use for industrial commercial truck hauls policy, any users that damage roads beyond that expected through normal use should pay for any damages. In instances where major road damage is inevitable or where collection for damages may be difficult, the Director of Public Works is authorized to take securities in the form of irrevocable letters of credit. Said securities will be used by the county to repair damages when a permit holder does not repair or maintain roads as required by the Director of Public Works. Given the aforementioned, the road use permit and corresponding policies were put in place so as to protect our roadway infrastructure from potential damage. Typically, an aggregate level levy is implemented to raise revenue to be used toward the payment of infrastructure and other capital costs in the municipality. Also, it should be noted that an aggregate levy does not replace road use agreements, permits between individual municipalities and sand and gravel companies, or the right or to take away a municipalities to have both. Finally, further to Council's consideration of a potential aggregate levy, if indeed that is to be a part of Council's discussion today, the Alberta Association of Municipal Districts and Counties, now the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, or RMA, in their publication, A Municipal Guide to Sand and Gravel Operations, put forth the following. Municipalities have a proactive role to play in assessing and permitting the development of sand and gravel operations in their communities. The municipality can choose to approve or deny a development permit for a sand and gravel operation in their jurisdiction. Provincial land use policy encourages municipalities to establish land use patterns that accommodate natural resource extraction, including sand and gravel, while minimizing potential conflicts with nearby land uses and any negative environmental impact. Under the Municipal Government Act, municipalities have several planning and development tools at their disposal, including municipal development plans, area structure plans, land use bylaws, other local bylaws, haul and development agreements with industry, and the new provisions under the MGA for the implementation of a community aggregate payment levy. Ideally, municipal land use policies and development approval processes need to both protect the interests of ratepayers and recognize the essential contributions sand and gravel resources make to the local community. At this point, I will turn it over to Council for discussion and or questions.
All right. Thank you. Do we have, yes, we have a question already. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Gravel pits are discretionary under the ag designation. Do we tax them differently once they're operational?
Good question, Reeve Duncan. I forwarded that question to Keith. Exactly that entered my mind. He hadn't gotten back to me. But having said that, I'll turn it to Rick, having been in planning and development before.
Thank you, Kurt. Yes, they are. Once they change designation as a discretionary use, they no longer fit within the ag zone and they are taxed as a commercial.
And sorry, just supplement, that would only be on the, probably the portion of the pit that's actively being mined, not the one, anything that's reclaimed or not yet in the plan.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question has more to do with how we determine how much product or how much material has been moved. Is it self-regulated by the industry, or is it something we permit? And then do we have any idea of how much material is currently being moved that would be applicable to an ongoing levy?
Now, the attached handout that I provided you, the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Regulation, as an amendment or part of the Municipal Government Act, does lay that out in regards to how that is to be tracked. And they do indicate that it is the responsibility of the operator of the sand and gravel to provide monthly or quarterly statements to us as a municipality in terms of tonnage shipped out of that pit. So that would be established between the municipality and the operator themselves.
Go ahead.
And do we have any idea of how much is currently, would be, how much activity do we have currently? What, ultimately, I want to understand what this means as a dollar and dollar value within our system.
I'll give you my response, and if Kate has anything additional to add to it. Currently, as far as I know, that we don't have that information available in terms of what each individual private operator currently ships out of each of their individual gravel pits. I don't believe that is something we keep track of. No. So by implementation of an aggregate levy, that's where that information would start being gathered. But currently at this time, I do not have any information, or I believe the municipality itself, exactly as to how much is extracted and shipped in regards to private pits within the county.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Lang.
I guess I'm kind of leading on to Councillor Lougheed's question. So how is the assessed value of the pit determined? Like, is assessed value based on the size of the pit or how much aggregate comes out? I'm trying to get an idea of the dollar amount the operators would pay.
Well, the maximum is stated in the document as well, and it's to a maximum of 40 cents per ton. That is levied against that pit for it. So for every ton shipped out, we would gather 40 cents per ton.
Did that cover your question? Because it's
No. No, I'm not talking about the levy. I'm talking about the tax that this company would pay on that pit.
I see Mr. Emmons' light is on.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the assessed value is based on the information that they submit to Alberta Environment for the permitting process. Through that information, they're required to prove out their test data that would show that particular deposit has 1 million mineable tones or 2. So the assessed value would be weighted on that. You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hoven.
I have a few. So just to looking at the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Regulation, Section 6. I know you said this at the beginning. I'm just looking for confirmation. So if a municipality owned a pit in Clearwater, they would not pay any levy.
That is
correct. If the Crown owns a pit, they would not pay any levy.
Correct.
But if a resident had a private pit and it was going to be used to build a road for the Crown in a different area, that would receive a levy. So any
Yes.
So for example, the Highway 220 or Highway 1120, when it happens, any gravel that would go on there would be exempt from the levy.
If it comes out of a municipal pit or a Crown pit, that
But
is
if it
correct.
comes out of a private pit, even though it's for a Crown project, it has the levy. That's what I'm trying to
That is,
understand.
I believe so, that is correct, yes.
Okay. So when you were preparing this, Kurt, did you have any rough estimate on what the revenue for Clearwater County would be? Or that's,
No, yeah,
because we don't have the data on that
that's
to even
right.
guess.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And then it's the private pit owner who would pay. When? I guess my last question is, how would we enforce this? You know, what systems do we have to have in place to make sure that no one is cheating the system? Because you don't want to have a system that's set up that you can't enforce and one guy's following the rules and another person isn't.
Beyond establishing the bylaw, I may have to turn this over to Mr. Emmons in terms of enforcement, how we would be able to enforce that. That would be very difficult.
Okay. I see Mr. Emmons has an answer.
Thank you. In all my experience with the aggregate levy, there's no recourse, there's no enforcement. It truly is an honor-based system. You're relying on their proving out of the books. Now, in saying that, there is kind of a backup. whether it's on private land or otherwise, they have to submit mineable quantities into the provincial government. My assumption through this entire process was always that there would be a marrying of those numbers, and there would be a way to validate through that.
So if we were to go forward with this, looking at the capacity of administration to deal with another, a whole nother bureaucracy, would we have to hire additional staff to just crunch the numbers to make sure that the law is being followed? Because if, you know, if we're only making $100,000 a year on this, and then we're having to have a staff of 1 or 2 people, and we're in a, if it's costing more to enforce, I don't know if we should be doing it, but we don't have the data on that.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And back to section 6.1, because no other level of government would have to pay. So if we were building a road and we bought gravel out of a private pit, we have to pay the levy. I'm trying to make sure I understand that. Or if Penhold, if Red Deer County bought gravel out of a private pit in Clearwater County for a road that they are building, would they have to pay the levy?
No, the operator of the pit would pay the levy.
But he would be invoicing the municipality for that when he does his tender or his bid, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I don't think that they would have to pay if it's for a municipal project. I know I've been asked to sign off from contractors that have done our bridge files to say that this project is for a municipality, and then their levy got waived, so it was out of a crown pit. So their levy got waived from the government because it was for a municipality. So I don't think, and looking here, it says work being undertaken by or behalf of municipality. I do not think they would pay, no.
So where were you just reading from, Kate?
6B, 1B.
Okay.
So I've only been asked to sign once, but it could be possible that they would ask for that to be exempt.
Okay. When we first started talking about this, I think one of our big concerns was that gravel or aggregate is a big resource in this municipality, and most of it's taken out of this municipality and used on roads in other municipalities. And we were looking for a revenue source for that gravel. And if this is just going to be a further tax on our residents, I don't know if it's going to be worth it for the amount of revenue we get. Because I imagine most of the gravel that comes out of our pits ends up on municipal or provincial roads.
I would say yes.
Oil field roads potentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
and lease roads, correct.
Yeah,
Or gas lease roads.
Okay, and lease roads would have to pay the levy.
correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I have Councillor Swanson, then Councillor Duncan, then Deputy Vandermeer. So Councillor Swanson, and
Okay.
go ahead.
So thank you for reaching out to the other counties and looking into what they have been doing in the past, and that was really great. So my question comes from that particular chart. Most of those counties, except for County Wetaskiwin, do have the aggregate levy. So I don't know if you inquired, but how long ago were these aggregate levies implemented in their particular counties? Was it lately? Have they been doing this all along? You know, if it's been in the last 5 years or it's been the last 20 years that they've been doing this? That's my first question.
On average, I would say it was in the last 10 years.
Okay.
And then they updated, so for instance, Mountain View County, they started off at 25 cents and moved up to 30 and now 40.
40, okay. So subsequent for this, I know that we have a number of private operators within our own county borders that have their own particular pits. And I'm going to assume that a lot of these same companies have other pits in other jurisdictions. So who, they are already paying an aggregate levy, whether they're in the County of Lacombe, Mountain View County, or they're already following this particular process in another county, just that they're not doing it in Clearwater. So I'm going to assume that, so maybe they don't, but as gravel is a finite source, it's not an infinite source. I don't look at it as a tax grab or whatever. I look at it being doing our fiduciary responsibility to a resource that our residents depend on. And yes, we are gifted with plentiful resource of not only gravel, but also the oil and gas, I'll just say, when it is going, and forestry. So I see this as maybe coming back to a budget and saying, have a little bit exploratory, because I know, going back to Councillor Hoven's question about municipalities using the gravel, we have our own 100-year stock source, so we would always take from our own stock source before we would buy from a private, correct? Okay. So,
Unless,
go ahead.
unless we contract the job out, we don't sell to them,
right, right.
even if it is for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fair enough. Okay. So going ahead, I would like to continue to us to have this. I'm in favor of this gravel source. I believe that it's something that we need to do our due diligence on. So thank you for the answers.
All right, I have Councillor Duncan next.
One more question. I believe there's some discretion on our part on what applies. Like, I know gravel does, and sand, but is it borrow pits are exempt from this if it's dirt, or if it run? Is there a rule that we have to follow in that respect?
As far
Myself,
as-
I'm just aware of just applicable to sand and gravel, would not be
Sand.
applicable to borrow pits or
Right.
pit run or anything of that nature, correct?
So, but pit run would count as gravel, right? It's-
If it
okay.
comes out of it's considered aggregate, if it comes out of an actually designated aggregate pit.
Doesn't have to
then
be
yes, that is
crushed
correct.
or?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And I just, I guess, add a little bit of background. I know we've looked at this a couple times in our 10 years here with John and I. And back in the day, we always declined to go ahead with this. We were looking at our road use agreements and our permits as being the source of income we were taking it from at that point. Since then, there's been a number of counties that have instituted the 40 cent per ton levy, even though they do also have the road use permits that they're charging for as well. It's, yes, and we never did talk about, as I recall, the cost of us, the administrative cost of getting this done. And I don't remember, Councillor Farnden, if we ever came up with an estimate on the income that would be generated by this, but it was fairly substantial, like 100,000 or more a year or something, I believe it could be that much.
Deputy Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to follow up on Councillor Duncan's comments. Certainly we have looked at this in the past, and administration has checked out the rates being charged, and we see that 40 cents a ton is pretty common now. And as Councillor Duncan also mentioned, that was not so common some years ago. But I think you could help us considerably if you would seek out one more piece of information, either from the annual statements of the counties or by contacting them directly. And that would be, how much money are each of these counties collecting through this process? That would give us a kind of a feel for it, given the number of residents they have, the number of residents we have, for comparison purposes. I think that would shed light on it, and also indicate whether this levy is generating far more than the administrative costs. I think that would be very useful information. Thank you.
Sure, we can proceed with that, and we'll research that out, and we'll send that out to council as an email in regards to that information, for sure.
I see Mr. Emmons has a comment.
Thank you, Reeve Laird, and just wouldn't mind clarifying Deputy Reeve Vandermeer's comments. What they bring in as potential revenues would not be reflective of population, respectfully. it would reflect the amount of private pits they have within their boundaries versus Clearwater County. Clearwater County is quite rich in comparative to a county of Wetaskiwin, for example. So it would not be comparative based on population, but truly deposits and who owns those deposits.
And what we can do further through Mr. Emmons' comments here is to provide that clarification as part of that research. To bring that data back to you, we can inquire with each of these municipalities as to how many private pits they exactly have. And again, how much was shipped. So we can do that and put a comparison to ourselves as well. We'll be able to determine how many private pits we have. We know that, and provide that baseline for you.
All right, Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I think I'm just merely repeating what Deputy Reeve Vandermeer and Mr. Emmons has just said. But for me to make a decision, I would like to know the revenues. And there was also talked about the costs. However, if this is an honorary system, I can't see how those costs are going to be high. But to proceed without knowing the revenues, it doesn't make much sense to me. So that is an important piece of this puzzle for me.
And again, we hope to provide that information relative to each of the municipalities, again, keeping in mind how many pits they may have. We'll base it on that and the revenue generated, and even provide the population, and again compare it to how many pits we have. So hopefully that'll provide somewhat additional information for Council's purpose to move forward with this discussion.
Oh, Councillor Hoven.
Back to your information about the road use permit. You had written Clearwater County has a road use permit, but then it also talks about how truck hauls of less than 10 loads that require a motor transport permit for any reason shall have the motor transport permit validated by the Transportation Routing and Vehicle Information System. Could you just explain the process? Because if instead of putting a fine or a levy per ton, does it make sense just to adjust the cost of the permit? Because we already have that information, how many road use permits we give out for construction. And it might just be a simpler thing and less bureaucracy just to increase the fees for the road use permit to get the same amount of revenue. So what do we have control on with the road use permit, and when does it become a provincial matter? Because I've never heard of the Travis before. Is that a provincial matter?
So currently, our road use permit does not have a cost. So that would be people that have 10 loads a day or more, or X amount per hour. This additional permit that's required is more for overloads or special trips. They have additional wheels, stuff like that. And the permit cost of 15 goes to the system Travis, which is through also road data.
And is that a provincial system?
Yeah. And it is quite common through, so what they would do is, say somebody's moving a house, they would get their permit through Travis, so it could be all municipalities and Alberta Transportation through one source.
Okay.
So the county doesn't, we're just notified or asked, and they put all the information together. So the county doesn't necessarily profit on this $15 permit
And
through
so
Travis.
The 15 to 150, that's all set in Edmonton?
Yes, it depends on the route, it depends on how many municipalities. I think the Alberta transportation cost is higher if they're using the highways versus Clearwater counties. But Clearwater County itself is $15 if they went on only Clearwater County roads.
Do other municipalities charge for the road use permit
Yes.
for larger loads?
It depends on the municipality. I didn't summarize it. Some are only 3 loads, then they start using road use. Some are 50% of the cost of road construction is letter of security. Mountain View is 50,000 letter of security, so it varies on the county.
Okay.
Of what's charged.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Some of the comments, just to reiterate about how the monitoring and the cost of extra in regards to operational, to determine the amount of gravel that could be taken out. I know that there are some monitoring systems that are done with drones. And so that's the other issue. So it may not, yes, it may be a person, but it would utilize a drone to say, survey the pile, this is how much that's gone. I know that's what some of the gravel pit owners have been doing in order to determine the amount of gravel that has been in and out as far as that. So it's just for background information extra.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan.
Yes, and just a bit more background. I do remember on an MPC tour of a gravel pit that the potential operators there were, and this was several years ago, but at that time I saw a shift in thinking that they had gone from, when we first looked at this, I remember the first time we did this, we were thinking that we had to choose between either charging for road use permit or using this gravel levy. And now the pit operators have, I think, sort of accepted the idea that they will be paying both in a lot of places. And, you know, wonder if we were going to switch to that or not. But having said that, they would just pass those costs on to whoever's purchasing the gravel as well. So, you know, it's important to realize, I guess, where the end use of that gravel is. And if it's local people or if it's going out of the county, we don't really know, you know, the total extent of it.
All right.
And again, just to reemphasize the councillor, typically an aggregate levy is implemented as additional revenue for capital projects or projects within the county. And what we found, the road use permit is established for the protection of infrastructure. So if there is damage that occurs to our infrastructure, that's where the road use permit or permits come in and the securities associated with it. So if any damage does occur, it's applied to that. But as I said, typically the levy we found is implemented by counties to provide additional revenue for projects.
Thank you for clarifying. There's much to think about in this. We have certainly asked for a number of other pieces of information. And right now the recommendation in front of us is that council receives the information as presented. Do we have any other comments on that motion, and would anybody be comfortable with that motion?
I'm okay with the motion.
Okay.
Except for information.
So, Councillor Duncan, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it might be a good opportunity to have a time out, so we'll take a break for 10 minutes. It's 10:14. We're back from our break and COVID safety protocols. We're on to agenda item 6.1 with regard to FRIAA.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and Council. Today we were bringing to you a FRIAA FireSmart program grant application. The objective of the FRIAA FireSmart program is aimed to create a safer community. The FRIAA FireSmart program helps communities and residents manage and mitigate the threat of wildfire by supporting communities and carrying out activities aimed to reduce the threat of wildfire. The FRIAA the FRIAA FireSmart grant application is for the development of a wildfire preparedness guide for 10 areas within Clearwater County as determined in consultation with Alberta Ag and Forestry and Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services. These non-forest protection areas are located on the eastern side of the county and comprise of numerous farms, acreages, and localities. There is a map attached to the agenda item, but I will go over the 10 specific areas which we've targeted for this grant application. One is James River, Cramond, Leslieville, Condor, Withrow, Evergreen, Bingley, Eagle Ridge, Raven Ridge, and some subdivisions located along the Timey Road. When we originally did the expression of interest, we requested $70,000 to complete all of the non-forest protection area communities and subdivisions within Clearwater County. Upon review of the expression of interest, we only received $35,000 or potential of $35,000 in which we picked through to get to these 10 communities. Our goal would be hopes with a future FRIAA grant is to continue down this process of getting wildfire preparedness guides produced for all of our non-protection areas. The purpose of the Wildfire Protection Guide is to increase the situational awareness of emergency responders, enabling timely and informed decision-making should they be forced with a wildfire that is threatening any of these communities or subdivisions. The deadline for the FRIAA grant, and I'm just going to take a second and talk to Council about how this works. So FRIAA puts out an expression of interest opportunity once or twice a year depending on funding. That expression of interest is a short form of a grant, but time consuming. So you do the expression of interest, it goes back to FRIAA. FRIAA then shortlists from all the expressions of interest across Alberta down to select projects. And then they reply back to the communities that have been shortlisted to write a long form grant. So to go this process of these grants for FRIAA, it's ultimately 2 grant applications for 1 source of funding. So within the expression of interest, like I mentioned, we requested $70,000 to do all the non-protection area. We received 35. So instead of taking this into a 2-phase project, we figured we'd pick 10 and then go back for more funding on a future grant. The staff recommendation is that Council endorses the Clearwater County's 2020 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta FRIAA grant for $35,000 application for the Wildfire Preparedness Guide creation and implementation in the non-forest protection area section of Clearwater County.
All right. Have we got any questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
Steve, was this grant offered in past years? And if so, what was the dollar amount we received?
The FRIAA grant is offered usually once or twice a year. Clearwater County has been successful on a number of grant applications. The Farrier FireSmart project was FRIAA grant funded. There was a bunch for Nordag. We just did one, just closed it off for a wildfire mitigation strategy and preparedness guide for the town of Rocky Mountain House. So usually at least once or twice a year we are successful, and I don't have a list of where all it is, but we've been very successful on these grants.
You indicated that we applied for $70,000 and we have the potential to get $35,000. So I'm just wondering, in past years, did we receive a full $70,000 or was it more or less? Or? I'm just
Then-
wondering if there's been provincial cuts this way.
There's been a varying number that we've applied for. And I'll talk about the ones that right off the top of my head that I know, but the Farrier Wildfire Mitigation Project, we received, I think the one grant was $200,000, another one was, I think $110,000 to complete that. The wildfire mitigation plan for Rocky Mountain House was $22,000. So pretty consistent with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Duncan?
The Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta is like it's not a provincial funding, it's like a royalty that the forest companies pay when they harvest timber, so much per, like a stumpage fee, and that money goes into this account, and each forest company has the ability to designate where some of these funds go. So Clearwater Trails Initiative, that funding we got from Meadows was from FRIAA. They do all kinds of projects. The across the demonstration area that's in Strachan, that's all funded by FRIAA. So, yeah, this money is not any change. It's just probably dependent on the amount of logging being done and the amount of forest being harvested as opposed to any provincial funding status.
Looking, I don't see any other queries. I can tell you historically, this has been a very good program for our community for various reasons. I'm happy to see that we're continuing to look into this as ways of mitigating hazard areas in our community. So before us, we have the staff recommendation as presented. Does anybody would like to make that as their motion? Councillor Hoven?
I will make that.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 6.2, election bylaw 1102/20.
Good morning, Reid Blaird and members of council. Before council will recall, we've had a discussion with relation to municipal elections back on September 8th. But just a little more background, municipal elections in Alberta are governed by the Local Authorities Election Act, and elections are scheduled to take place every 4 years. The next municipal election for Clearwater County is scheduled for October 18, 2021, and nominations for this general election will be open between January 1, 2021 and September 20th, 2021. This is new under the new Election Act. Alberta Municipal Affairs also recently developed some resources to help prepare municipalities for accommodating the nomination and election process that was updated in the LAEA and provided 6 implementation fact sheets, which there's a website link for those within the agenda item, on the amendment to the Act and how they impact. Those are segregated into a few different categories. One is accountability and transparency. One is campaign finance and contribution disclosure amendments, general clarifying and technical amendments, third-party advertising amendments, voter accessibility amendments, and frequently asked questions. And again, as council will recall, at our meeting on September 8th, several motions were passed, and I've listed those within the agenda just so we can keep them tracked together in terms of what's been determined to date. At that time, council discussed the need for a permanent electors register and voters list, and asked administration to come back with a bylaw that would allow for that to be created. So before council is that bylaw. At the same time, council also talked about the need for special ballots, or the potential need for special ballots, and how that process would work. So administration went ahead and included that section within the bylaw for council's consideration, and how it needed to be worded to allow for special ballots to be part of our election process. Administration also highlighted in red under section 9 of the bylaw both special ballots and the elector assistance at home. So elector assistance at home used to be called incapacitated voter at home. And that was a section within the legislation that allowed elected
returning officers to go into the homes of electors to take their vote, should they not be able to attend a voting station. And there are two different sections within the Act that allow for either the at-home vote or the special ballot. And should council choose to allow for special ballot, administration would recommend that the provision of elector assistance at home isn't required anymore, because they could apply for and have that ballot received by mail and return it by mail. So that elector assistance at home could be actually just removed from the bylaw, but I left it in there in case council chose not to do the special ballot. And we think that the special ballot would be sufficient to meet the needs of those who are at home in that instance where they couldn't attend a voting station. So there are specifics in terms of what can be a reason to have a special ballot, and those are listed within the bylaw too under section 9. They have to, there's a way in which they need to apply, they have to apply by a certain time, and they have to qualify as per the Act, which essentially is that their physical disability precludes them from coming to a voting station, that they're away from the community during the election or the advanced vote, or they're participating in the election in some manner, like via the returning officer, scrutineer, official agent, that sort of thing, where they need to vote outside of being in a voting station. So those are the reasons why you can have a special ballot under the Act. And then in speaking with other communities, some municipalities choose to have a special ballot, some don't. Some choose to do the in-home vote, some don't. And you can choose to do both. So it's kind of none, one or the other, or both are the options for council in terms of accommodating that vote. And other than that, I did include some information later on in the agenda item that just speaks to some of the other things we've been made aware of at a municipal level. I don't have a whole bunch of details as of yet, but Tracy Lynn and I participated in a webinar with Municipal Affairs a couple weeks back, and they did indicate that it's a high probability they're expecting a Senate election with this municipal election. So we would know that after an order in council in the fall of, in September of 2021 for sure, but certainly that's something that their staff is staffing up for in terms of preparing for. They also let us know that there is a high probability or likelihood of a referendum question or questions. We heard at least 3 potential questions. They didn't give us the questions, and they said that this is, again, to be determined by an order in council at the provincial level. So both of those things, if they occur, would be a joint or shared responsibility, and I included the slide that they gave us in our PowerPoint presentation just for information. I thought it was a good pictorial. And it talks about Elections Alberta's function if there is a Senate vote or a referendum, as well as the municipality. We actually get to conduct the election within our municipal voting stations, and Municipal Affairs role as well. And the payment to local authorities is still awaiting a regulation. They've indicated that there are grant dollars, and it's usually based on a per capita elector. And they used an example of $1 per elector kind of thing. So certainly something that we'll account for when we come to our 2021 budgeting, that will put some extra dollars in there, probably requiring some more on the ground resources of people in the voting stations. So that being said, I have a new bylaw before you, which council hasn't seen before. Did you want me to go through it line by line, or just entertain questions as we go?
What is your preference? Questions?
Just questions?
Okay. All right, who wants to start? Councillor Lang, you're quick off the hop today.
So Christine, my question has to do with this list of electors. Is that going to solve the problem? And twice now I've seen it where people are really confused about what division they're in, especially if they live right on a borderline and they're on one side of the road. It could be Division A and the other side is Division B. The residents really don't know. Is this going to catch this at the polls? Because right now what happens, people come in and they say, yeah, I live in Division A. No one questions them, when really they live in Division B.
I'll say yes and no. In a sense, the list will be a list of eligible electors within our municipality that's prepared with consultation with Elections Alberta. We'll have a data sharing agreement to have that list, but the list won't necessarily be specific to our municipal divisions because those are set by a municipal bylaw by Clearwater County. That would be an operational thing that we could do administratively to provide that level of detail to the electors, and similar to what the province or the feds would do when they provide a voter's card to say, here's where you vote, here's your voting station, here's your division, and they could bring that with them as well as an identifiable piece. The only issue we can't guarantee 100% would be those folks who either don't receive those by mail, whether they're a tenant or renter within the list. We would still have to allow a vote if they could produce identification that says that they live within Clearwater County or that division. Go ahead.
So I see this as a simple operational detail that could be cleared up just by simply having someone at those polls, having them point on a map exactly where they live, and that person saying, you are in Division B or C.
Yeah.
And
that's an option as well.
That could be caught there right at the polls, because this is a huge problem. And I probably, in my 7 years in here, have heard a couple dozen people who thought they were in one division when really they're in another. And there was one person that is in my division that actually thought they were in Cami Liard's, and they had actually voted that division every municipal election for years and years and years. I had actually pulled the map out of my vehicle and actually showed them, and they were shocked. And they were within a mile within my own area. So it's not just borders. There is a lot of confusion, and it could easily be caught through operational detail at the polls.
And certainly we can, we've talked about that previously, that we intend to enhance the number of staffing at the voting stations for just that reason. I don't think this bylaw, though, and the voters list is going to, they're two separate things. Certainly the list will kind of be that first line of screening if council so wishes, but also having that budget consideration when we talk about budget in December to make sure that we have additional people within the polling stations to have that function fulfilled is certainly something we can do.
Councillor Hoven.
I have a question for you, section 9(2). The timing, applications for special ballots will be accepted right up until 4 p.m. on election day.
Yes, and
then you have to have the vote in where it's supposed to be by 5 p.m. And I'm just wondering, because people can request one by email or by telephone, if we shouldn't move it at least the day before election day for that deadline, or someone's going to be calling at 3:59 and then be mad when they can't get their ballot returned by 5.
The reason those times were put in there, it was modeling after Red Deer County's process. I did speak with their returning officer a couple weeks ago, and she had indicated that's something that they've left as is. So on election day, should there be a physical disability reason someone's incapacitated, they could request it by those means that we talked about in writing, telephone, email, and then someone could pick up that special ballot on their behalf. There's a requirement for identification to be included with the ballot, so they actually have more of a, their ID comes back with the ballot. Their ballot is sealed separately, of course, from their ID, so we can't identify whose ballot that is when we get it into the box. But that was a process, like I said, modeled after Red Deer County's timeframe. A few other municipalities do take special ballots on election day as well. When I looked at some bylaws from City of Red Deer was the same, and I believe City of Calgary was the other one that I saw that was similar. So certainly that's up to council's discretion. If we want to do it the day before, that would administratively be easier. But again, modeling after some of our counterparts.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Duncan, I did see your light on earlier. Okay, you're passing. All right, at the moment, it appears that we need to make a decision with regard to section 9. Do we want to leave electoral assistance at home in or remove it? Deputy Vandermeer?
Yes, I would recommend that we remove that portion.
I guess the easiest way is go around the room then. Councillor Duncan?
Remove it, please.
Councillor Lougheed? Councillor Lang?
Remove.
Councillor Hoven?
I'm going to be saying leave it.
I'm sorry.
They didn't hear you.
Oh, leave it.
Okay, leave it in, okay. Councillor Swanson.
So just for quick clarification, this will still be covered if somebody wants assistance at home in the special ballots, or there won't be at all?
If council chooses not to include it, we wouldn't be attending homes for folks who request it. We would be instead sending them a special ballot or allowing for someone to pick up a special ballot on their behalf.
I'm going to say leave it.
All right, that leaves me, and given that we have these other opportunities under special ballot, I would say remove electoral assistance. So that being 5-2, that would be the change that we're suggesting, is removing electoral assistance.
Okay. And then the balance of the bylaw, just if I'll touch on the points within that are still, of course, up to council's discretion in terms of what we keep in. New in the legislation was the requirement for a substitute returning officer, and that's having the CAO appoint the returning officer and the substitute when they are appointed in case of inability to attend a voting station or perform their duties. The remainder, in terms of nominations, that's again following the new legislation, essentially reiterating the act. Ballots, again reiterating the act that we'll print ballots, that the form will be established by the returning officer, that the returning officer will designate the location of the voting stations in accordance with the act. And then number 7.2, that the returning officer will designate more than one voting station for each subdivision and location in accordance with the act. So we have to state that if we're going to have more than one polling station within a division or ward within the county, saying that we're going to keep the polling stations open from 10 to 8. This is number 8 is the permanent electors register, which is the ask that council had in order to prepare that permanent electors register, as well as create that list of electors who are entitled to vote in an election. Those are the 2 clauses we would need to keep in order to be able to work with Elections Alberta to develop that list.
I actually do have a question with regard to it. It says that the returning officer may use the permanent electors register to create a list of electors who are entitled to vote in the election. So that tells me they can choose not to. Should
Okay,
that
instead
be
of
a shall?
clause? Yep, you can make that a shall clause.
Other thoughts? Councillor Duncan?
Well, yeah, just trying to understand that if it's a shall, does that mean it's the only way you can register to vote is you have to be on the list, or is the option there for people that are not on the list? Because this list is a moving target, right? It's going to be people move in, people move out, and they have to be here for, I believe it's only a month or 6 months in the county before they can vote, so.
Yes, 6 months.
6 months,
Yes.
so they may or may not be on the list. That's my question, is if we make it a shall, does that give us any other options for people to vote other than being on the list?
I was just looking at the act to see if it specified. Again, this is something that was modeled after our municipal counterparts, essentially copied and pasted from Red Deer's. I apologize, not Red Deer's, it was Town of Claresholm.
Councillor Hoban?
Oh, my light wasn't on, but I'll comment. I agree with what Councillor Duncan said. If we leave may, I guess the person then has options if someone isn't on that permanent electors, but if it's only shall, you're limiting how you can get voters on the list.
You know, we could put them on the day of the election when they show up. That's a little bit, I don't know, it's not a very clear process, I guess, if they're just added to the list, if they can prove they're a resident here.
All right. And I can appreciate that as well.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, and Christine, I'm just trying to find here, it doesn't really say here in the bylaw, is it in the bylaw how you qualify to be able to vote in Clearwater County?
No, that would be covered under the Act,
Under the
under the Local
provincial-
Authorities Election Act.
Okay.
So those specifics aren't in there. We would probably, let me just see if it does say that.
So we probably should have somewhere in this bylaw that you qualify under the Local Authorities Election Act to vote? Or if we choose, we can add this electors list.
Here we go. Issuance of ballots under 12.1. Prior to issuing a ballot, a deputy must ensure eligibility of a vote in accordance with Section 47 of the Act. So they have to produce that identification that's required. They have to make the prescribed statement, the Form 8, that everybody signs, saying that they are a resident within the municipality. So that's that voting register they need to complete. And then there's some details related to school division votes. The ballot's then initialed, and then the elector is given the ballot by the returning officer or deputy.
So that tells me it should be a May then on the,
Okay.
on the electors list.
I would concur, Councillor Lahi.
Would those same qualifications be present for the mail-in ballot?
Yes, yes,
So
for sure.
somebody would sign that they,
They would still have the same
are
form to complete, and they'd actually have to
attesting to-
mail back in their identification so
Right.
we can see it. So, yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Carry on.
Okay. Where was I? I think we've covered 9 already. Number 10 is a vote on a bylaw or question, which would be something if council wished to ask at election time. We're just saying that we do that concurrently with an election for cost savings. Unless you make a resolution otherwise, we could have a special election for a question if needed. Similarly, the provincial Senate election and referendum questions would be asked at the municipal because that's the next election to be held in the province, so it's more cost efficient to do it that way. The election procedures, again, are all in accordance with the Act itself, so it's just a restatement of what is required under the Act. And post-vote procedures, how we deal with a recount, how we dispose of election materials, that has also been updated in the Act, so we included that there, but essentially a reflection of what the Act says. And then the last clause, we speak to a joint election. That's just to allow us to enter into an agreement with the school divisions or other parties to have an election at the same time in the same stations. That is a pretty quick summary of the bylaw itself. Should council wish to grant first reading today, I would recommend holding off on the second and third reading until future meeting to just give time in between. And with that, I'll leave it to any additional questions or comments.
So what we have for staff recommendation, one is that we've directed administration in terms of amendments to the draft elections bylaw to allow for the creation of a permanent electors registry and allow special ballots. So I believe we've given some direction on that. So the next part of the recommendation is that council provides first reading of elections bylaw 1102-2 as amended. So I would suggest that we need somebody to provide us with that direction.
I will make that motion.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer has made that motion. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 7-0, it's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
All right, next agenda item is item 7.1, revised CAO job description. Welcome, Janice.
Good morning, Marie. Council. Hopefully this is the easiest decision you're making this morning. The last time the CAO position outline was approved was back in 2018. And so since that time, we've changed the format. And so a lot of this, with all due respect, is cosmetic changes as opposed to substantive changes unless council also wants to re-review any of the former approved commitments that they wanted the CAO to conduct. So just to go through it very briefly, the changes are highlighted in red in particular. On the new document, the new format, 2.6, really has to do with the reinforcement that exists on our health and safety policy that is signed off both by the REIV and the CAO. And that is our commitment to honoring and following safe practices. 2.7 is a strong recommendation from the Provincial Ombudsman's Office that every employee, if they have a particular item or appeal, should be able to see the CAO directly. So that comes from that particular office. Moving over to the other change in 4.6. In previous practice, if and when the CAO was away, generally for vacation leave, the CAO would appoint a director to act in his place. But for the past couple of years, that has been solely assigned to our Director of Corporate Services. So that's the reason for that recognition. And the last part of the changes are just on the two back areas, just to highlight the expectation that and understanding particularly of the, I didn't list all the office tools that the CAO is expected to use. I think that's supposed to be more or less general in terms of that. The environmental and physical working conditions and hazards, that is the attempt for my office to work with health and safety, so we have one document. Notwithstanding just the summary of the environmental and physical working conditions, each position has its own hazards assessment. That is a separate document that is kept by health and safety.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any queries or questions? All right, Councillor Lang.
Janice, my question has to do with under organization / administration 4.6, changing the appointment of an acting CAO to specifically the Director of Corporate Services. I'm just wondering if it shouldn't be left as is. I'm just thinking, like, if for some reason the Director of Corporate Services is not here, medical leave, whatever, say the CAO has to leave an emergency, if it's left as is, the CAO can direct whoever, including the Director of Corporate Services, if that's who they choose. This just kind of really narrows it down really tightly, maybe too tight. It can hamstring the CAO. Just some thoughts.
I see I have Mr. Hagan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a thought as well, building on Councillor Lang's comments. I think it might be a good idea to expand that a bit. I would also suggest that consider changing Director of Corporate Services to the Deputy CAO, because that's a separate appointment by Council. It may not always be the Director of Corporate Services that is in that capacity. So I would suggest that it read that it be the Deputy CAO or alternate designate or something to that effect, and still leave the CAO with some options.
Councillor Hoven.
Building on that then, do we need to define what an absence is? You know, if the CAO goes to, I don't know, a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, an issue comes up, does the deputy CAO automatically have all his responsibilities? Or is it for medical leave, or are we going, am I going too far out in the weeds here?
General practice has been, this only kicks in if the CAO is going to be absent for a week or longer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments or suggestions? So 4.6, it appears that we are capturing a slightly different amendment, reading that during any absence by the CAO, the director or deputy CAO or alternate is appointed. Okay. Councillor Lang?
Janice, I'm just going back to my days in healthcare. Under the environmental and physical working conditions / hazards, I know in healthcare, one of the hazards was for staff that had to sit staring at the computer screen and the glare. I'm not sure if occupational health and safety, if that's not listed. I know they even bought special covers for the screen just to cut down on this glare. So I'm not sure if that should be listed, or maybe it's not a hazard for our CEO. I don't know.
That is something that we can and do address. Steve Mackey requests an ergonomics person to come by yearly, and any staff member who have concerns about either staring at a monitor or the amount of sitting, that person will take all the measurements and then provide the ergonomic requirements in order for us to reduce any kind of health issues for that person.
Mr. Hagan?
Just wanted to add to Janice's comments as well, as that with the advent of liquid crystal monitors, the issue of glare has gone away. There's still eye strain is still an issue, but they don't have the glare that the cathode ray tubes had with the old monitors.
All right, so the staff recommendation is that council review, amend as required, and approve the revised CAO job description. So we're looking for a motion for approving the revised CAO job description as amended. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Lang.
I have a question. Does our CAO want to add anything to his job description?
No, thank you, Councillor Lang.
Well, that's a good question. We're just not going to let you eliminate all of the fun stuff we know you're doing. So if we're looking for somebody to make that motion. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us up to the CAO's report, 8.1.
May I address 7.2?
Oh, my apologies. 7.2.
The draft terms of reference for Regional Governance Study Joint Steering Committee. So the staff recommendation on this agenda is that council reviews, amends as required, and approves the draft terms of reference for the Regional Governance Study for the Joint Steering Committee. So the background on this agenda, at the October 27th regular meeting, council approved participation in the Town of Rocky Mountain House's Regional Governance Study. As per Minister of Municipal Affairs recommendation, a joint steering committee has been established to move forward with selection of a consultant to conduct the study and oversee the study process. The committee is scheduled to meet on November 16th. Attached for council's consideration is a draft of the terms of reference that define the purpose and structure of the committee. Would council like me to go through the draft or just entertain questions?
Do you want to review the draft then? Yes.
The reference starts out, building on the Stronger Together Agreement, Clearwater County, the Village of Caroline, and the Town of Rocky Mountain House are undertaking a regional governance study in a common effort to explore intermunicipal and regional governance options to serve the greater community. The purpose? To monitor and coordinate activities required by the consultant to achieve a thorough, comprehensive, and informative study for the citizens of the region. The goal? Through the steering committee, a comprehensive report will be developed that explores the governance options that include the amalgamation of the Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, and the Village of Caroline as one regional municipality, the amalgamation of Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline with regional collaboration with the Town of Rocky Mountain House, and remaining as the 3 municipalities with regional collaboration from each municipality. Members? The steering committee shall consist of 2 elected officials from each municipality. The chairperson of the meetings shall be on a rotating basis between the 3 municipalities. The CAOs shall support and provide technical advice to the steering committee and may not vote on any matter. The town shall be responsible for preparing the agenda, recording the minutes for the meeting. Each municipality may have one of their employees attend each meeting for the purpose of record keeping. Quorum shall be a minimum of 1 councillor from each municipality and the CAOs from each municipality or their designate. The guidelines for the steering committee. The steering committee shall review the CAO's recommended proposals for the request for proposals, interview the selected proponents, and select the consultant. Review and approve the public engagement plan for the study. Meet with the consultant at identified stages of the study to discuss progress and next steps. And if a steering committee member feels an additional meeting is needed, it will require at least 3 members requesting the meeting. Review the draft final report with the consultant for comprehensiveness and coordination of presenting the reports to each council collectively or independently. Provide recommendations to each respective council on the process and coordination of releasing the study to the public. The committee shall not have the power to pledge the credit of the municipalities to pass bylaws or enter into any contractual agreements. Completion. The steering committee shall be disbanded upon each council's receipt by resolution of the consultant's final report.
All right. Questions? Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Going to, under the goal, when you say that the committee, through the steering committee, a comprehensive report will be developed that explores the governance options. That is, the consultant will give those particular governance options in her report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Clarification then on guideline number 1, it will be the CEOs that select the consultant then, and the committee affirms that consultant appointment?
So for clarification of process, Councillor Swanson, the CAOs independently reviewed all the RFPs submitted. We shortlisted. We will be bringing all the RFPs forward to the committee with our unified agreement on the 3 top for the steering committee's consideration. So ultimately it will be the steering committee that picks the consultant.
Okay. Guideline 1, the way I read it, is the CAOs will be making the selection. So that may need to be altered.
The steering committee shall review the CAO's recommended proposals from the RFPs, interview the selected proponents.
It should be the steering committee.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it says the CAOs.
that does run together.
It does run together, sorry.
Nope,
That's-
thank you.
Okay. And lastly, and this is more for the councillors that sit on the steering committee, is I would like to know ahead of time how the release of the study to the public will transform. Will it be written? Will it be, because it's expected at the end of May, will it be a public forum, you know, or have those options written as to how that's going to be released?
And that's with reference to which number?
Sorry, number 5.
Provide
In the
recommendations.
guidance, yeah, for the public study, releasing the study to the public.
If I may, Councillor
It's the how.
Swanson, to
Sorry.
go back to item number 1,
Okay.
just getting clarification with the heading, provides the clarification. The steering committee shall
Okay.
review the CAO's recommendations from the proposals and interview the selected. So
Thank you, yeah.
you're welcome.
For pointing that out.
So just going back to point number 5, perhaps you could provide some clarification.
Yeah, I would like to know the clarity around how that public releasing that information will be. If we can put it in the terms of reference of how we're going to release that study. It's the how.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
The way I'm reading point number 5 is that the steering committee would provide recommendations to the respective councils, and that the councils would jointly decide how to coordinate the release of the study. I think it would be premature to make that decision at this point in time. I think we should have the benefit of seeing the study before we decide how to release it.
I guess for myself, I was just hoping to have some more clarity at the beginning versus trying to come to a conclusion. If it's outlined ahead of time, it saves for an argument at the end. So how to present that, I guess that's where I'm looking at, or it's just it provides the direction ahead of time of where this is going versus trying to figure it out at the end. It might save time. That was more where I was going, I guess.
All right. So I see Councillor Hoven and then Councillor Lang.
Well, I've got a couple questions, but first to Councillor Swanson. So you would like to see number 5 say, it's not just that we get the recommendations, but that the plan to release should be approved by council, not the steering committee? And that leads back to my point on number 2. Review and approve the public engagement plan for the study. I think definitely the steering committee needs to have the ability to revise that engagement plan for the study. Words matter, and if the committee's just seeing it and approving it and doesn't have the ability to revise it, it's kind of a useless detail. The other point I would wish to see is that somehow if we can have that the council, the 3 respective councils also approve the public engagement plan for the study, not just the steering committee.
If I may, does number 2 kind of go prior to number 5?
I see them connected, yes.
Yes.
But
Perhaps-
it's releasing the study and then public engagement. So the public engagement would be part of the study, and then after the public engagement, the study would be released? I'm not too sure what they're going to be asking for in the public engagement then if they don't have the study to form the basis of the presentation. I guess, and my final point is for Mr. Emmons. When this report is done, I know we will be receiving a stack of papers with words on them, But what I'm seeing this is going to be from the goal, just the different governance options. So you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. How in-depth is that information going to be? Because I could write that report for $200,000 in about 15 minutes, right? How in-depth and what information are we going to be getting from this? Because that information, when we look at going out to the public, what information is our public going to be getting? Is there going to be a bias in that information towards one of these different viewpoints? And I'm very concerned about that.
Mr. Emmons?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Hoven. I do think that'll be part of the responsibilities of the steering committee and the CAOs to work through. The expectation is that any of these consultants, their professionalism would dictate an unbiased point of view based on the facts being derived. As far as the depth of the report, the expectation, especially given the size of the grant received, is it will be a fairly in-depth study. It will be a full financial review and service review, looking for compatibilities, efficiencies, service level compatibilities, as well as staffing compatibilities. So it should look at the entire organization, right from a financial through to an operational standpoint.
So do these reports ever come back and say amalgamation isn't a good option?
I've heard yes. To be very blunt, Councillor Hoven, this is the first study of this nature I've been involved in. In my career, I've been involved in 3 annexations, but never an amalgamation study. From conversations with my counterpart at the town of Rocky, he has participated in the study, and they do come back with a variety of recommendations based on the municipalities in question.
Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, Councillor Lang and then Councillor Lougheed.
So I just want to give my thoughts regarding point 5 on the process and coordination of releasing the study to the public. I think it should be left up to the steering committee because with COVID, things could change. What we may, if we had ideas of how it should be released now, it may be very different down the road when this study is complete. So I'm good with 5 as it is.
All right, Councillor Lougheed?
I guess my concern is a little more basic. It comes down to the quorum issue. As it reads right now, it shall be a minimum of 1 councillor from each municipality, as well as including the CAOs from each municipality. What I understand about quorum, quite often that's the determinator of fairness within any vote. And if we don't have the opportunity for equal representation by maybe perhaps including a designate or alternate for each council, so that you can have, I guess, the presumption that there was the opportunity for a fair vote within that. And actually, since the CAOs are non-voting, for them to be critical to a quorum might be something that we discuss out too. I'm not sure if that's important, but I just thought I'd bring that forward.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So if I may back up to item number 5, just for clarification, the way that reads, the steering committee shall provide recommendations to each respective council. And that is because the steering committee is not an authoritative body. It's not its own entity. So it would be up to each individual councils of the municipalities to approve the recommendations from the steering committee, if that clarification helps. As to quorum, that was discussed, and just to share the discussion behind that, the feeling of an alternate for to replace the member that wouldn't have had the background on the review of the RFPs or the entire process, was deemed that it would be unfair to that individual walking in at the 5th or the 11th hour trying to play catch up, which is why they kind of landed on the one counselor. If that helps, just given a different perspective.
Other thoughts? And I can appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Lougheed. It's about making sure that we have fairness in the voting process, and perhaps there's a suggestion to be made there with regard to ensuring that fairness happens. Maybe at that point that it's just one vote per municipality if we're down to, I don't know. It's just a recommendation that came to my mind as we're thinking about it. Is there other comments? Councillor Hoven?
Was anything discussed about the release of information to the public throughout the process? Or is this one thing where the public will hear nothing about this until the public engagement plan, then they will hear nothing about this from any of the 3 councils until the plan is, or the study is able to be released? In our other agreements with mediation and negotiation, we had a clause that said there shall be no information given out except when all 3 are in agreement. And I don't see anything like that in this terms of reference.
Okay, Mr. Emmons?
So the discussion around the table, Councillor Hoven, was in regard to, that would be on the steering committee as to if appropriate times were to release and how the public engagement would fall into play. The RFPs gave out many different options on public consultation, everything from Zoom to other electronic forums, to if COVID allowed, how an open house in person could be facilitated, or if it could be facilitated. So there were so many items for public consultation discussed that it would be part of the acceptance of the RFP and what that would look like, and for the steering committee's consideration at the time. And when critical stages were hit, the feeling around the table was the majority of the report would have to be put together to be able to present something of meaning to the public. If we're going to engage them, it needs to be something engage-worthy. So that was also part of the conversation. So my understanding was that would be discussed in the public engagement strategy. That would be an entity unto itself.
Okay. So should we have it state in there that in black and white that any information that goes out to the public has to be approved by at least the steering committee? So it's in black and white?
What is the thoughts of the rest of council? Deputy Reeve, Vandermeer?
I think something to that effect would be appropriate. I personally, being a member on this committee, do not see any information being given out until we have a report. However, I think it wouldn't hurt to clarify in black and white that the steering committee would have to approve any release.
Mr. Emmons?
If it gives council any security, the RFP does identify that the public engagement strategy must be approved. And then with the minister's letter requiring the steering committee, I think it could be easily argued and discussed at the steering committee, but.
Well,
go ahead.
my concern is that we have had some information about mediation and negotiation that should have stayed at the table being released. And I would like to make sure that information that is discussed at the steering committee stays at that table and it goes to the council before it goes out to the public. That is why I would like to see it in black and white.
So Councillor Hoven, how would you like that worded?
How about the steering committee shall, or no information shall be released to the public unless it is approved by the steering committee? I think that is nice and simple and doesn't get complicated.
Could you please repeat that again? And I think we're trying to capture it.
No information shall be released to the public without the expressed consent of the steering committee? Mr.
If I may, Councillor Hoven, the steering committee shall approve all public communication.
Okay. Thank you.
That was more succinct.
It was. And it was positive instead of negative.
Thoughts on adding a point that we shall approve all public communications? The steering committee shall. Okay, that would be an amendment. So I guess that makes that point number 7. Are there any other thoughts or comments? Councillor Hoven?
Just my earlier comment to add the word revise into guideline number 2. Review, revise, and approve the public engagement plan. So the steering committee does have the authority of this council to revise that plan.
That seems like a friendly amendment to me. Okay. Were we able to capture that? All right. So the staff recommendation is that council review, amend as required, and approve the draft terms of reference for the Regional Governance Study Joint Steering Committee. Looking for somebody to make that motion.
Could I just ask a further, Mr. Emmons reclarified my concerns about number 5, whereas I was going to ask that the plan to release the study would be approved by council, and you explained that the word recommendation implies that it should be approved by council? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So looking for somebody to make the motion as presented. Councillor Hoven, your light's still on. Councillor Lang.
I just want to bring up a concern. Councillor Hoven had mentioned it. In the past with some of these committees, there has been information released, even though it wasn't supposed to be. And there's been no consequences. I'm just wondering if we could have a line that if any information is released prematurely, that that person that's on the steering committee be removed. Or is that going too far?
Okay, Councillor Duncan.
Councils, will, I'm sure, be updated from time to time on the progress of the steering committee. So I would expect that most councillors from all 3 municipalities will have knowledge of what's happening at that process. So any inadvertent releases could come from any member of any 3 councils.
I'm not sure that we would be in a position to enforce punitive type of arrangements in this. I think that what we're hoping to achieve is a regional collaboration approach, and hopefully we don't run into that. Our intent is to move forward in a positive manner. Councillor Lahi.
That I do believe there's still that opportunity for each individual council to sanction individual members for releasing information they know should not be released. So that still is an opportunity for each council to use.
That's a good point. All right, so back to the staff recommendation, just looking to see if anybody would like to make that as a motion. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Subject to the changes and amendments? Okay, just clarifying, you're a little muffled today. All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 7-0, it's carried. So we're up to 8.1, the CAO's report.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the CAO November 10th report, item number 1, the Alberta Energy Regulator is seeking public feedback on proposed changes to Directive 020 well abandonment that will allow zones within a well that are producing from multiple pools through a single well bore to be abandoned together. This process is known as the commingled abandonment. The proposed changes will improve efficiency and do not impact well integrity requirements or safety procedures required during the abandonment process. If the proposed changes to Directive 020 are implemented, the first pools to be approved for routine commingled abandonment will be located in southeast Alberta. The AER was part of an Alberta Geological Survey study in southeast Alberta and managed a successful commingled abandonment pilot in the area through the area-based closure program. The Central Alberta gas pools will be reviewed for commingled abandonment in the near future. The public comment period begins November 4th and will be open for 30 days. Details of the proposed changes to the directive and how to submit input are available at the AER Bulletin 2020-23 invitation feedback on revisions for Directive 020 on their website. Inquiries may be sent to the link attached. Second item, if passed, Bill 47, ensuring safety and cutting of red tape, will allow Alberta's government to follow through on its commitment to create the Heroes Fund. Alberta's government will honor the sacrifices of first responders who die as a result of performing their duties. The Heroes Fund will provide a one-time tax-free payment of $100,000 to eligible families through the Workers' Compensation Board. Eligible first responders include
Firefighters, police officers, paramedics, sheriffs, and provincial corrections officers.
Thank you.
Alberta's, okay, you're good.
Alberta Workers' Compensation Board will administer the Heroes Fund and will begin identifying eligible families and administering payments, which are retroactive to April 1st, 2020. I apologize, Council. Took a deep breath at the wrong time. Item number 3, Economic Developers Alberta Annual Conference, experience / EDA 2020 takes place online November 25th and 26th. The conference delivers information on economic development trends and opportunities, best practices, and includes keynote speakers and interactive sessions. Item number 4, CAPE's annual fall meeting is scheduled for November 18th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Item number 5, congratulations to the RMA, Rural Municipalities Association of Alberta 2020 Long Service Award recipients, our own Councillor Jim Duncan and Deputy Reeve John Vandermeer.
Congratulations to both of you.
Each year during the fall convention, RMA recognizes rural municipal elected officials and administrators with long service awards. Long Service Award recipients have displayed commitment and dedication to municipal governance. This year, RMA recognized Councillor Duncan and Deputy Reeve Vandermeer for their commitment to supporting Clearwater County and rural Alberta since October of 2010.
Well done.
And item number 6, I would like to turn it over to Rhonda Serhan for an update.
Good morning, Council. With the tax deadline being November 6th, I thought you would like a quick update on what our outstanding taxes were as of this morning. So, in a little comparison to last year. So Clearwater County is very fortunate in the tax levy collection. In 2019, the total outstanding September 16th, so the day after the tax deadline, was $9,195,000, of which $7.4 million was current and $1.8 million was arrears. In 2020, the total outstanding this morning was $11.1 million, $7.8 million being current and $3.2 million being in arrears. Clearwater County staff has been in contact with some of the larger outstanding accounts, and these ratepayers have indicated payment arrangements, and we are optimistic that some of these will be paid prior to the December penalty date.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Lang?
Rhonda, I realize you probably don't have this information, but I'd be curious to know what the outstanding taxes were in 2018. Like there's, the trend went up 2 million from last year to this year. So I'm just kind of wondering what 2018 is, and maybe you can recall even 2017.
Okay.
I know you don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah, I don't have exact numbers, but I know it doubled, or just over doubled, I think, from 18 to 19, and I don't remember 17. I know it's been a steep curve upwards for sure, but the staff and I are very optimistic. Companies have been reaching out to us, and we have been reaching back to other companies that haven't reached out. So I feel like, we're in a good place. We're feeling optimistic that we are going to have more collected at the end of 2020 than at the end of 2019.
All right. Councillor Lyon has a supplemental, and then I'll be on to Councillor Hoven.
So Rhonda, of this amount outstanding, what is the percentage that would be industry versus residential?
I don't have that exact percentage number, but I'm going to say about 75% is industry.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hoven?
I would just like to pass on a thank you to Mr. Hagan. I know you spent much time over the past 12 months working on these unpaid taxes. And the fact that on September 16th, we're at 7.5 in arrears, and you got that down to only 1.4 additional in arrears is a testament to your hard work, so thank you.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you for the recognition, but it truly is a team effort. We all work together, reaching out to these companies and making ourselves available to them and providing them with as much information as we can. So I'd like to pass on that thank you on to the rest of the staff.
Well put, Councillor Hoven. It is a huge effort. We recognize that there's a lot of energy going into encouraging folks to pay their taxes.
Yeah.
It's not something people want to readily do. All right. Is there any other questions? Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, this isn't for Rhonda. I just wanted to back up on the CAO report if we could, or if there's other questions in regards to Rhonda, I'll wait. No?
Is there other questions for, okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
I just wanted to back up to number 3, to the economic developers Alberta Annual Conference. I'd like to make a motion that any councillor that would like to participate, let Teresa know it is virtual. I have been looking at the what's been happening on the day 1, day 2, and it might be of interest for some of us to want to participate. So I'll make the motion for any councillor to participate.
All right, everybody understand that motion? Those in favor? That is 7-0, it is carried. I noticed, Councillor Lougheed, your light was on for a period of time there. Oh, okay. Are there any other questions for the CAO's report? All right, seeing none. 8.2, Public Works Report. Is there any questions for our Public Works Director? Mr. Magnus, is there any highlights you'd like to bring for our attention?
None at this time. Thank
Okay.
you for asking.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Just that the cell development is progressing well for the waste, or the Solid Waste Authority.
Yes. Yeah.
When will we have to start using that cell? Do you anticipate that?
We anticipate using it spring.
Oh, so it will be right away?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions with regard to the Public Works report? All right. Seeing none, I think you got off late today. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. All right, council reports. We're going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Nothing to report this turn, please.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
I guess just very briefly, I'm just checking my notes here. It was the regional ASB conference was held via Zoom, and I attended that, of course, via Zoom. A number of interesting speakers. I think quite a bit of information was passed back and forth, but it did resolve down to a few resolutions at the end, basically looking at improving access to strychnine for gopher control, and more specifically in southern Alberta, as well as calling for more of the provincial specialists to be reinstated. I think there's been a number of cuts in Alberta agriculture as far as the provincial specialists. I think their budget has been cut by 27%, so there's been some very deep cuts there, and feeling some of those specialist positions that have been so useful in the past are being downloaded to municipalities. And then one further resolution on trying to get fuel propane and natural gas that's used in grain drying to be exempt from some of the taxation process. So, and I think that's some of the condensed things. I don't know if Councillor Duncan had anything to add from his impressions of that or not. But.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, and just, yes, you're correct on the downline, like the Stettler Information Center that does all the is closed, basically. And what has happened there is that people have lost their jobs. We've even gone to the point of paying them a bit of a retainer to have them answer our questions here in Clearwater County if we don't have the expertise there. So it is truly as downloading has happened there.
All right. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Just one thing. CAO Emmons mentioned the Central Alberta Economic Partnerships annual general meeting on the 18th of November. That was to be an in-person annual meeting. We will be changing that to a virtual based upon the COVID outbreaks in the Red Deer area. Thank you.
All
That's
right. Councillor Lang.
Report.
Okay. Councillor Hoven.
Nothing to report.
Councillor Swanson.
Yes, last week, Councillor Duncan and I attended the rec board meeting for the Town Rock Mount House, or the joint. It was more of a introductory as a passover. We didn't have our new members at large there yet. They will be coming in December. They went over a preliminary budget discussion, which will be coming to our council when we go through our budget deliberations. There really wasn't a whole lot on the ask, I'll just say, for 2021. Majority was already done, so that's about it. I'll let Jim make a comment too in regards to that meeting.
Councillor Duncan?
Yes, the very little in the way of capital projects, a couple of small ones is all the town is proposing this year. And they have made some significant cuts to operational costs as well that look like they're going to carry forward into 2021, rearranging the job descriptions of people and combining departments, et cetera. So we will, yes, as Councillor Swanson said, we will see it in our budget deliberations.
All right, that's it. Any other, okay. My report is brief as well. It's been busy learning the ropes. I'm very grateful to the former Reeve and Reeves for providing me some guidance. I'm always appreciative of your help and guidance. What I've had happen in the last 2 weeks is attended a healthcare professionals strat planning session, and there's continuing process to have them move towards being a committee managed under the Rocky Chamber of Commerce. So that's interesting, and they've just completed their strat planning document, and I will ensure that you're given a copy so that you're aware of what their plans are moving forward. Had a very productive meeting with the mayor and the 2 CAOs yesterday. I thought that was well received. And then last night I had the pleasure to attend the Clearwater County Tax Association's meeting and brought greetings from us. They had their elections, and congratulations to Marianne Cole and Helgi Noem as the president and vice president of that organization, and their entire board. So that is my very short council report. So I'm just looking for a motion for somebody to accept. Councillor Duncan beat you to the thank you. Those in favor? That is 7-0, it's carried. All right. Mr. Emmons, the last thing on here is a closed session verbal report. Is it something that we should wait till after lunch, or can we time-wise fit it before that?
Session. Reeve Laird?
Okay, so looking for somebody to suggest, thank you, Councillor Lang, for us to enter into a closed session. Those in favor? That's 7-0, it is carried.